you today because he has a world of music. Enjoy. And then I have the world. Somebody to show you 5 minutes.
Yeah, all is here. She already told me that she gave me vodka and she says.
Okay.
All right, so we have a boss piano. No one else play.
Yes, I am playing.
Would you like to play?
Yes, I would love to. Would you have start?
I have a family edition on my iPad.
Okay, I'm using this.
Yeah, just use it. Just use it.
first movement, please.
I don't know if I need water. Thank you very much. Just let me get situated. Kayoka. Yeah. I don't know, should I say it right? Okay, Kayoka. Enjoyed your performance. When did you start working on this piece?
I started February 23rd on 2024. It's my very first day to start reading that.
What
notes.
day of the week was it? And what time did we start? 9:05 and 30 seconds.
February 24.
February 24th, but 2024, yeah? Okay, good. Well, that's why now it explains that you're paying attention to details when you play. you actually noticing quite a few things in the score. The usual, you know, I just have an opinion maybe or suggestion to you. It's by no means imposing any ideas that, you know, that might be contrary to what you feel. What I like that you take in time during rests, and it looks like it's deliberate. Sometimes it's a little extra deliberate, but I take that versus rush through the rest. So I do like that you taking a little time to switch from one expressive moment to another, so you don't rush into the next, which usually there is a little time that we needed, especially in the orchestral writing like this. All good. Your dynamic areas are well defined, where you have driven, demonic, or I don't know, imperative character, where you have lyricism, all well defined. You're very careful with using pedal. You're using very little. So we notice all that. So this is excellent. So you didn't abuse pedal anywhere. You use it a few times when it felt like you need a little bit, otherwise you did it with your fingers. Great. Your attention to the details, articulation that is written there, shaping is also there. So that means I have nothing to tell. No. Just really few things. And it will be more of the subjective thing versus it must be done that way. I would be a little bit more careful with the tempo flow changes, which is needed for expression. Lyrical singing phrase cannot go at the same flow as the orchestral tutti seem to be. So it could, but in orchestra. But in piano literature, we give a little bit more room. So to which degree? That's pretty much the argument. And so for my taste, you went sometimes a little extra loose in lyrical sections. A little. So it's not by much. Certain rests, especially the contrast in the first opening octaves and then this response, please don't kill me. So you're taking a little extra space there. It's almost like you're adding an extra beat. And that's already crossing the line of, yeah, so you missed some certain stress points indicated, like forte piano, for example. It's right in this broken octave section. So I think you were trying not to be too strong on this forte, and it ended up being just almost like just a nice, quiet, polite kind of, not even an accent. And that probably would be it. Because articulation-wise, nice and clear. So you did not pollute this score too much, and yet you added your own touch, which is very clear. I like the ending chord in the development section. You played it. You took a little time, which was just the right time to do it. You took just as much time as needed when you played. right before that, diminished. And then the chord itself, you played it with kind of nice dark. It wasn't just soft. You kept intensity. Excellent. So why don't we just go to those small details that we can maybe cover, and then, are you playing the complete sonata?
Yes.
Excellent, but not today, yeah? Or maybe. All right, so let's eliminate that extra stretch when you play. And then you. Try that. That would be a little extra. It's a 16th note within the 8th beat. So you play in that 16th pickup already on the next beat timing. So that will be a little too much.
Let me try.
Okay. Right. You don't have a lot of room to delay here, because it goes at a certain, flow, a certain speed. So, and then the next beat comes right after it. So to squeeze that 16th note right where it's supposed to be is a challenge, and it's a challenge because you have to play the trill after that. I would play it from the upper note. Yeah, right. So. Then you're not gonna struggle. Otherwise, you're going with repeating the same E flat quickly and then go to the fast embellishment. That's mechanically challenging, and I don't think it's needed. Try it. Yeah, so it's single note and then 2 shakes down. That's easier, yeah. And all you have to do, just visualize how that shake works. Just 2 down, and then 3 up. Right, and you don't have to jiggle your hand, just tap your fingers. That's it. Slightly higher arm and just flop your fingers and visualize how this thing goes. 2 down, 3 up. That's it. Now, the other thing, fingering wise at the start, I wouldn't do what it says in Henley. I would stay with 1, 2, 3, and potentially again 1, 2.
You're talking about the right hand, right?
Yeah, right hand. Because you're turning right in the middle of that progression. So, and that's dangerous because you can miss it. Yes. Try. No, see, you can even do this, yeah. You can even do this 1, 1, 2, 4, 5. The only thing, make sure that you continue your crescendo all the way in. Right, if you do this position, then keep your fingers in position before you play first note. That's it, yeah. You look at my hand, so it's...
My hands are small.
Nah, your hand is good. That's all you need, see, it's... I'm not moving my hand. Right, as soon as you position your thumb, and then just stay here. Now, once you play your thumb, you don't need it here, you can slightly move. Once your second finger is played, you can lean forward. And then, tell your cats not to scratch you. Let's do it again. Yeah. That's exactly right. Try again. Very good. So it's a little dangerous for 4 and 5, but if you anchor them in place, they will they will be solid. Or the other choice is 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. So here you have to jump. Or 1, 2, 3, 5, and then wherever. Right. Right. You can choose what works. Probably this is the safest. And you don't even have to pick up your arm. It's pick up your palm, and then, and visualize these 2, these 3. Yeah, twice down, once up. Yeah, mind-to-muscle connection is the best thing to do. You visualize what you're just about to play, you know where it's positioned, and then just do it after that. So now let's go to the next thing. So I would not delay as much, so because then it becomes rhythmically incorrect. So now next part. So you have that forte in piano, yeah? And again, you don't have too many notes in the right hand to do that. In the orchestra, it would be probably done nicely by certain instruments that can swell on that. So your left hand has to help. Then you drop your G. And then try. Very good, very good. You can actually play. Yeah, I would articulate a little bit more. I don't think it would be slurred in tune in orchestra. It probably would be. I don't think it would be. It has less. It doesn't have enough definition, and you need this kind of driving eighth pulse. So it's. Right, and the same thing when you play this, your hand reaches octave just right, yes? So all you have to do is just don't bounce up. Go in. Yeah, from the arm, and it's in. Good, and maybe a teeny bit on the side. Very good. And now just play forte the way it says so. So. That will be connected to other. Try left hand again. Now you play right hand, I play left hand. Ready? I play left hand.
Oh.
You play right hand.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4. Good. Now try by yourself. Very good. Next thing, you playing that C again, which is, I would love if that was written this way. That's a tie to that C.
Oh.
Yeah.
Did I? Okay.
Yeah. So what you do have to do, you have to voice those suspended notes so that you hear the dissonant progression against them. So.
So I am voicing the middle.
You should voice the middle, but also do not replay that C. Which is, again, I would love if it was written without the slur, because I like to hear that dissonance. So nice, but it's... Try right hand only. No, the other way around. And B is soft, it's resolution. Right, so lean more on the suspended notes, and the top line is... So it's going to be crying.
Question. So that means if we are voicing the sustained note, wouldn't that be I am voicing over here the top as well?
Very good question. You're absolutely right. Because the moving line will be visible anyway. The suspended notes, if they're not emphasized, you don't get your luxury of this dissonant intervals, because as the moving voice moves, it moves to the note that is dissonant to the sustained note. Especially here, and especially here. So then it resolves, obviously. Same here. So it adds much more dimension in the polyphonic progression. While so try again right hand by itself. Yeah, so it's down, up a little bit, down, up a little bit, down, up, and then up. Yes, it can be confusing. It's all right. That's okay. You try, but do it with your arm, not with your torso. Try. Or play like that. That was nicely played. You have nice flexible hand. Don't worry about down up. That worked. Okay. So as long as you don't punch that B. Let's keep going to the next one. No. And then. So the stresses, even though it says forte, you have more harmonic tension, obviously, on this harmony. And then the answer. And again. And then in desperation. And then try. No, that one I would do. That one I would. Very good. See what? When you have a hand that is not as large, I also have average hands, so sometimes just maneuvering around certain things that other pianists just put their hand if it's there for them. So what we have to do, if the fingers not quite reaching, we have to always find a way to have an arm support. So when you're playing something like this, just move your arm up and forward into that fourth finger. Right, and in this case, going around the block gesture will not work. That's not a good gesture for that.
Okay.
It's a straightforward diagonal. Okay. So look at my hand. Versus, because see what happens? You're taking your hand away from where you're going, and then you have to return. With big hand, it doesn't matter. Actually, big hand won't even just do this circle. With a more smaller hand, you have to utilize the space a little bit differently. You don't want to lose your arm weight going this way while you need it here. So just go forward. That's it. Now, don't even go sideways, just go this way. You still want to go this way. Just press your arm forward. That's it. Do it again. All right, and now not as far, maybe up to here. Don't, yeah, Your pinky can reach, so you don't have to swing your arm all the way there. Just go forward. That's it. And then just feel your arm weight on the knuckle of that finger. That's it. And you can even use third finger. And it will be more solid. That's right. So going on this elliptical motion didn't quite help, because it was taking your arm weight away from where you're going. And especially for the fourth finger, you need a lot of arm support to project that. So, deal here is not too much. And then, right from there. Yeah. No, you're here. Forward. That's it. Just don't think that you're going around. Just going forward. Stay there. That's it. Yeah. It just requires a little adjustment in the practice. Now, let's go to the next part. So, to kind of go back to that lyrical versus the tempo change. So when you play. So if it's beautifully played, but it's not related to the opening tempo, so that bass gets a little bit fuzzy. So you're playing a little bit faster than that, yeah? Try again your opening. Right. So I was playing slower than you, so it's. That rest can be stretched forever, actually. Can you try now in this tempo? Right. Now, then there is a question. Very good. You handle it perfectly. You have no problem to control your sound, expression, and flow. You don't rush. So you just have to realize that you, I think, reacting on lyricism with a tempo drop. Very good. Now, within this tempo, can you allow yourself to have moments of expressive tempo changes? Yes, you can. One example, for example. So, and I'm back to. Didn't work. So I can allow myself this for very special moment, not only change my sound, but also stretch time. So it has to be done just right. That kind of works with the expression or with how it's written, with the score. And then on occasion, you can actually eat lunch. See, and it doesn't sound wrong, yeah? That's an extra beat. So it depends on where you do it. Now, why don't we experiment a little bit in your tempo? You're going to play from here. And then back. So you will be slightly stretching right here within this measure. But the stretch is not sudden stop. It's just like you're pulling back your flow gradually within 2 beats. And then you gradually returning back to your tempo. So it's kind of, this area will be affected. About 5 beats. That measure, and then I will do it again. Just look at the score. I will play it from here. Just notice how I do it. So that's a doubt, yeah? Then one more time. Try that. And then. That's exactly right, and you did it perfectly. So just careful not to sit on that. It's only quarter. Now, same thing here. You can do. See the baritone?
Yeah, right here. Right?
I'm actually playing much looser in my tempo compared to what I'm doing here, within the boundaries, of course. But that goes with the flow forward. That one is actually not. And it kind of works in the dialogue. Can you try that? That will be a little bit too much, but that's the idea. Can you try again? Right. That's right. Right. And then I would vary where you would slow down the second time. Here, slow down more there. Second time, I stretched more on the second half. So it's kind of varies. Listen again, just look at the score. Try you just work with nuancing that tempo flow so that you don't go too much into. Here you can. And it's in a good hall with acoustic. This one actually has the echo. You listen for that echo to die. And then you continue. So it's. If you play in the hall where the echo flies for 10 seconds, you wouldn't wait that long. But in this hall, it's just perfect. It dies at the moment when it gives the room to continue. And it's a nice stop in all voices for half a measure. So that one can be stretched longer for expressive need, and it works. Try that. And listen that echo once you stop, yeah? You had another half a second to wait. You could.
Was it too early?
No, you were on time, but you could be late.
Did I
Even later, yeah. Notice when oh yeah. We have 5 minutes. Did you notice when the sound actually got into absolute silence?
Yes.
And that was the time to enter for that specific rest in this specific hall. Can you try that? So here I would not repeat the same effect. Here I would go on time. Because the other one is actually not as dramatic. See, it's so that is darker. The other one is not there yet. Also, don't you have a picnic on that thing. Just and lead into G. Notice we're back to the same cadence, but in this case, it resolves into E flat major. That one, upsetting, yeah? Can you try now from here? The dramatic. Yeah. And then continue. Very good. Excellent. So, and here at the end, that unexpected. That you need a little time before the downbeat. So if it was, then yeah. But so it's an invitation to again. Now, Same deal here. When you go to that one lyrical island in measure with 5, yeah, in the development. Delay the start of it, and then so this is more of the concern theme. So I wouldn't. And then you go with your. Can you try again from? Actually, I would save that much sound for the next chord. This is C major. And then you have, and then it's suddenly. Try that. And then. Right, so here to get more sound from your right hand, again, it's higher arm position, and somehow teach your hand, your arm to press forward as you playing. Right on the knuckles of those fingers like you're pressing against the wall. They told us to stop. Yeah, but that's the way to do it. You don't shake into, you just simply, as your fingers playing, you're leaning on them. So, but again, so just if you could slightly adjust the tempos a little bit closer to the main flow, and then only in special occasions when you just smell that rose longer. And then lyrical doesn't mean all of a sudden your tempo gets passive, so it still has to move.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let me just take this with me. Joanna? Of course, I remember you. And why do I remember you? Yes! I brought some California concerto with 10 people here, gradually. And then people start going from here there. So I have a music score, or you're using it? Play both, of course. Play, you have 45 minutes. Just play through both. It's like a performance. And I am not here. So you have all of that here, yeah? Thank you very much. Guys, example of perfect bow. We have to learn from the ladies. They hold their feet together. It looks good. We guys just do this. Very good. How long have you been working? I don't like when you have to look away from the audience. I'm just staying here so that you face. How long have you been working on this? 2-3 months, so it's fresh. Very good. What else are you working on besides this two?
Beethoven third concerto.
Uh-huh.
Good question. What else? Beethoven variations in C minor.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's enough. Very good. Well, excellent. So, and you chose these two because?
I like them.
That would be a logical answer. All right. Have you played any other preludes by Rachmaninoff?
I played.
Cha-cha-cha. You didn't do that one? You didn't, yeah.
I learned it, but it doesn't hold under pressure, to be honest.
Yeah. That's one.
I don't want.
Yeah. No, you played pretty well under pressure, so it's like actually you don't have to be apprehensive about it. Sometimes maybe picking tempos that allow you to breathe a little bit more, in more technical, like the second prelude.
Yeah.
So you went a little bit forward. You could have actually hold back a little bit. In the lyrical here, can you start again? Because I just want to hear how it's gonna open up again. Good, we can stop here. Very good, it actually went better this time, which usually it always does, yeah? If you get the second chance. Very good. The first time when you played, I wanted at first to check your entrance, but then it sounded pretty nice. I just listening. First time when you played, your tempo in the opening, even though you're slowing down there, I understand, the general tempo was different. So you kind of, first two measures didn't belong to the piece. So they were same key and the same accompaniment, but the tempo-wise, it was disconnected. Right now, it was much more connected, with a little bit slowing down at the end, which I don't mind. I probably wouldn't do it that much. you're giving more of the ballerina walking on stage, getting ready to dance, yeah, and then you're stopping right before it. Yeah, I wouldn't do it. I would just like flow right into it because it's technically just this, beautiful lake and it just goes right into it. Try that. Right, and then all you need enough arm weight into. Yeah. You don't have to move a lot. It's just literally just diving into it. Yeah. Maybe less than that, but. It looks like my finger is playing, yeah, but it's actually my arm is, giving quite a bit of weight. More than that will be too much. Not enough of that will be you haven't started playing yet. Try again. Not enough. Yeah. The volume. Yeah. One more time. But the transition is now nice and smooth. I mean, it's the surface of the lake. It's undisturbed. And it just, all of a sudden, you have this just beautiful tune over it.
I like to have it barely over the layer of the harmony and give it time to grow, because later I have to go to G and then go to the F sharp minor.
That's true. Right, except I wouldn't start almost like pianissimo. Yeah, if you want to be more on the mezzo piano side, great. And then you add more. That's fine. Because if you think about a mid-range dynamic, which is not often actually indicated by composers because it's a shaping range. From piano, we shape into mid-range, going up. From forte, we shape into the mid-range down. We don't shape up in forte because then it will be too much sound. And so mid-range is a shaping range. So writing down mezzo forte, that's a little bit specific. But you can start below. You can just pull back a little bit. It's an average dynamic. So, yeah, mezzo piano is fine, yeah. But as long as it doesn't sound, try. Right, something like that. That's good. Now, as you rising that melody up, careful from switching to reflecting mood to action. Because here you start to act. Your tempo start to push. There is no need. Your tempo is good. It's flowing nicely. It doesn't feel that you're falling back. So you don't have to feel that I have to like push it because I think I am losing my phrase flow. You don't. If anything, you actually usually push your flow more than it needs to be. Like the same. It was a little bit on the push side. But can you try maybe not from the beginning, but maybe from. It has to seamlessly rise and then pull back. You start to force it here a little bit. Yeah, you forced your dynamic here a little bit in the melody. And I understand because you have to make crescendo. Yeah. No, so what I'm saying, it was more than it needs to be here. Yeah, so you have to be careful. Maybe write again from the beginning so that you. less. Very nice. Even here, careful not to when you're playing. You kind of like, I'm done with the phrase already, and you're going with. You're already thinking about the next one. No, I would actually enjoy this. That's a melodic group, and then change pedal here, and that's what is written in the score. Whoever is taking lessons suggested. Good place to change pedal, and then I would change it here as well, and then you can keep it. I wouldn't mix. It just in this register it blends too much. So don't rush. Enjoy the moment of the melodic. Pedal and pedal on C sharp, then you can exchange it on the downbeat. Maybe from here. And then see if you can catch that D. I know it's hard. I cannot. I would probably have to use my thumb. Good for you, I'm jealous. My hand cannot catch that stretch.
Should I emphasize the D though? Because
Yeah.
it's actually an A major chord, or like 6/4.
Your A major chord is already there. It's represented by 3 notes. But we need.
How would you balance that?
Just add more D. The rest is good.
I'm afraid to add more D because it's not part of the chord. Why should I?
Why would composer add dissonant tone, even if it's non-harmonic, if you think about it?
It's suspension. I'm not sure.
It's there. E is missing, yeah? Let's convert it to 7th chord. So D is implied somewhere. Even if it's non-harmonic tone, it's an indication that a composer wants this for expressive reason, like feeling a little bit bitter. It's bittersweet, let's call it this way. So if it's, and he adds that a little bit. So that means that has to be present. You don't want to hide that. So you have room to play it loud, and it's not going to destroy the main harmony.
Can I try again from the E minor chord?
Sure. You rush. Very good. Now, the next part, beautifully played, and you have your priorities where they should be. You have your melodic line and singing. You have your accompaniment on the left hand where it should be. And then you have the top voice, yeah, that little variation around it. You have more, I wrote, top voice, add a bit more shaping. So you have room in your dynamic to bring this upper voice a little bit up, a little bit more. So you can. It's not gonna interfere with your primary melodic line if you continue voicing it the way you've been voicing it. Can you try? Because it's a too shadowy. It's like almost it's there, but it's meow 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 meow. So I would give a little bit more voice to it. Can you try?
Can I try it with the two voices on the right hand only?
You're so good. Who is teaching you?
Dr. Sharon Mann.
Good.
I can't do it on the spot with three
That's okay.
voices.
No, that's okay. I cannot either. So, but that's you're absolutely right. You want to try separate voices. That means you're practicing well. This is good. Very good.
That's too loud. I'm sorry. I'll do it again.
Mm-hmm. 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 Da, da, dee, da.
Sorry, that was too
A little
much.
bit less, yeah. Mm-hmm. It's all right.
Sorry.
It's all right.
I'll pull back a bit.
Mm-hmm. So in other words, what you did right now, it's actually, this is about how much sound you want, that interaction between this primary melody, and then you have the soprano singing over it. Because it is a duet, yeah, after all.
It feels it has very little room because it gets a little bit louder, then it becomes more important than the main melody.
Not yet. The way you played right now, it didn't. Because your melody projected very well, and that participated in the conversation. Before it wasn't.
Yeah, yeah.
It was just shadowing it. It added a little bit of a color, but it did not talk. That wasn't narrative sound, it was a color sound. Right now, it is, try again, hands together like this, just like you did. You're absolutely right, it's not easy to immediately do it on the spot. Just play the melody, just drop the harmony. Sounds very good. Now try to do without worrying about your left hand, just to play it with the right hand. With the pedal, drop your left hand, go slower, and try to see if you can keep the same proportions. Just start a little bit lighter. You're starting with the full mezzo forte. You could just start, again, top voice in the melody a little bit lighter. And then this doesn't have to be present right away. Give a couple of measures for that to start to creep in into the conversation with the main melody. Doesn't have to immediately. So it's. It's a beautiful conversation, probably a love song or farewell to the loved one of those. And and it deserves the attention. Try it just right. It's hard to do everything right away on the spot. Slow down, take a little breathing like I did. Don't feel rushed into the next beat. Because it's a more of the kind of try and see how it's going to work. You don't have to deliver Carnegie Hall performance yet.
Not possible.
No, everything is possible. Try. See, now it's a little on the lighter side. The melody is perfect. You're playing. So that is a color sound. It doesn't speak. It starts speaking when it is at a certain proportions to the main voice and when it has shape.
Yeah.
And when it's monotone, that's a background. So notice also I'm very in the flow, yeah?
This is actually harder to do when slow.
Of course, yeah.
I cannot do it fast.
But when you go faster, you're gonna miss out on nuanced shaping.
Yes.
So as a practice, technically, let's say you practice in this and you say, well, now let me see how I can incorporate this voice into my touch. So you take a measure at a time and repeat multiple times. So it's like, stop on the downbeat of the next measure, prepare your first note of the shift, and then one more time.
You actually delay the top melody to not only be 1/3 late, but actually more than that.
What is your day job?
An engineer.
That's why your building will never collapse. You're so precise. This is great.
I just validating with you. That's what you are thinking.
You absolutely, you're right. But you're very observant and detail-oriented, which is great. For music, that's important. So that's a compliment.
Let's see if I can do it.
No, you can do it. It's just a matter of gaining control over small portions. If you play from here to there, what happens, you're not really zeroing down on specific arm movements and the sound that custom for that measure.
I'll just play for you full measures until here and see if I can.
Okay, all right. Sold. Not bad. Try again. And don't push tempo. You're leaning forward. You're like the Tower of Pisa. It's leaning forward. Try again. Not bad. Beautiful melodic line. Better soprano, but still soprano is a little bit still sounds secondary. What it does, it's a nicely shaped, but on the same way in every measure, it's kind of almost copy of the previous. Instead of being custom. Notice how he varies this. Going up is aiming up, is adding more energy. It's not. That's not a conversational flow.
I think you actually do a bit of rubato.
Of course, a lot even, yeah.
So do I have to match the left hand when the right melody comes, or do I keep the left hand as static?
Very good question. Let's check. So how it's going to be? We'll just do first measure. I did quite a bit of rubato, but I did my 2 against 3 at the same time, yeah? My second of each 2 waits for the second of the triplet. And if the second of the triplet has to be slightly delayed for the expressive reason, well, the second of the 2 just sits and waits, so. I'm just doing it super extreme. That's how it's going to work. So you just wait. Have you ever accompanied singers?
No, I want to though.
Try. It's a different world of time, completely different. And of course, if the singers are singing a romantic aria from opera of romantic era versus classical.
Actually, I played in church
With the choir?
songs. Yeah, in the choir as well. But it's more static.
It's more stable, yes. But if you work with a professional singer, it's a different timing. Something that we pianists actually somehow have to be aware of. And we often play instrumentally when it comes to the timing. But our literature, in a lot of cases, written not only as an instrumental reflection, but also as vocal singing. So, and if you ever accompany a wonderful soprano, baritone, and you would be like, when are you going to get to that downbeat? And then all of a sudden you realize their timing spread between notes based on the expression. It's a different thing. For them to get from this note to that note, that interval, the wider the interval, the more time sometimes they need, unless they sing instrumentally. So I look at this as potentially a vocal thing. So you have time to do this flexibility in the flow, and 2 against 3 will work, trust me. It's just a matter of knowing where your second of 2 is supposed to be, and then you just. You can even play with the half pedals. Escaping pedal towards certain notes, but that would be a different detail. We're just going after this dialogue. Try again. You're asking very good questions because this is important to understand how do I deal with this. So what we're up against right now is we're trying to include this in the conversation. Now we want this not only sound narrative, but also flow narratively. And right now, don't hold yourself back. Don't think, you have rules and it has to be 1, 2, 3. At this point, it goes outside of the metric consistency, but within consistent general flow, and that's how it's going to work.
A lot of good information. Not sure I can do it all.
You can do it. I mean, you might not do it right away, but this is just an idea, and then you work it out. I can see you will be able to do it because you're very analytical, which is good for music, because music is an expressive architecture. It has to be planned. So if you don't plan it, it's a hot mess. So you do have the mind of constructive thing, which is extremely important for music. So it's not a negative thing. So you will be able to do it. I have no doubt. I just want to make sure that you succeed on a certain level that you actually feel, this is what it is. And then you just go practice room, and then you just seal the deal. So what we're doing right now, one more time from here to there, your 4 measures. Allow yourself to speak. Don't worry about the rules at this point. Because I think you have good enough ear that you will not do the. It's a drunk walking from the bar, doesn't know where to go, flow. You're not going to do that. Just the right hand. Unless you're brave to do hands together, sure. Right, very good. Now let's think about this. Sometimes the logical part is extremely important. That's what we're doing right now. But as you're doing this work, adding expressive component, understanding which voice saying what, sometimes actually helps to navigate the form. Now, if this is a duet, and we agree on this, what kind of duet do you think it is? Is it love, farewell to the loved one, or she's trying to convince him. What do you think? Because depends on what you want to express, you're going to change a few things. If it's unsettled dialogue, where she's trying to convince the other in a conversation that, you know, I cannot take this, we have to change something. Even though it's in a major key, then your flow will change. Then it will be a little bit more hyped, which I wouldn't go for, but it can be interpreted this way. If it's maybe just together enjoying a special moment, or you just hold in a hand and you don't want to let it go. So it depends on what kind of dialogue, what are they talking about, will determine your choices of sound and the flow. What do you think? How to pick a choice?
I think it's like, because it's been come up 3 times in fragments in development, I think it's like a different stage of let's say, a romantic relationship. The first time, it's simple and normal. You have the simple harmony. Second time, it's like you don't see each other, but they long for each other. And then in the middle section, there is some conflict, but they resolve them. And then in the last section, it's like the happily ever after.
They just reunite them. Good. So this is not that intense yet. Good. So just how about just start it with as an enjoyment to. You're both looking at sunset. There is no way to rush. I'm cheating here. See, I have all these variations, little bit of stretches based on how that melodic line guides me. But my general mood here is content.
Yeah,
That's what you said, and it's perfect.
Yes.
Yeah, can you try to do that? A little bit more on the soprano. Absolutely. See, now you're enjoying the moment of this special, dialogue. And if, as you notice, I will start to get into your space as you're playing. If you notice what's happening in the left hand, I know we're gonna finish. So here, notice. Right. Good composers usually write polyphonically, even if it seems to be homophonic textures. I mean, if you read Chopin, in his accompaniments always have implied, I call them melody wannabes. They sometimes never develop into anything, but just being present in this fragmented form to add to the conversation of the primary voice makes the whole not only just general sound, but the narrative more dimensional. So when it's a simplified accompaniment and predictable, that's a lack of imagination. But and any composers that we know at the moment, they try to vary, they don't want to repeat. Absolutely so, but if you notice the left hand or the bass line adds more pronounced fragments, melodic fragments. That's where it first times went to rather noticeable. And you can dive into each layer by itself and then try to make them work together. So, and I think that would be it's going forward as things get more agitated, careful with tempo, because your tempo pushes beyond what your fingers can speak. So therefore, you're not really delivering the message, you're delivering the general scope, how it should go. Yeah, each note has to speak. So, all right, so good, thank you.
Building collapse. That's what they're talking about. Okay. Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, Billy. How are you doing? Do you want to play music? Okay, let me grab a guitar.
Violin, excellent performance. Do you mind to finish maybe the recap and the coda again of Chopin Waltz? One more time. The recapitulation and coda. So basically the last page. I just want to hear it again. Yeah, we have about. Maybe just a suggestion, since it's this kind of coda that just moves and just escapes, runs to the its glory, if you will. I wouldn't slow down the last two chords. I would just play them pam, 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 pam to the end. It's almost like they keep moving forward. Try that. I think this is more effective because the other ending is if you finish in some substantial work that is of the heavy thought. This is just excitement. It breaks that flow if you slow down the last two chords. Perfect. Next. Beautiful playing as always, and nice choice of contrasting pieces. It's an always open. We will do Scarlatti first. It's an always open challenge for all of us when we play a music that of a certain period. Yeah, we're romantic. Okay, we got it. 20th century, we got it, and then we get to the 1700s, and it's like, well, we're not playing the right instrument, and we don't know what they're doing this. So the dilemma for me is always playing, let's say, Scarlatti. Do I try to match the period of where that music was written as much as possible using the instrument that it wasn't written for? Do I say, the hell with this, I will be romantic? It's already 21st century, we have our feelings, we have this repertoire that came after, we have rights to express through this music what we modern people feel.
What the piano could do.
And what the piano can do. I'm just all for it, there could be so many effects. Or do we hybrid this? Or it depends on the Monday versus Wednesday, I don't know. So, and it's a kind of an unresolved question, because for all harpsichord musicians who are truly Baroque and earlier classical musicians, they just look at us, just say, you guys just not playing this right. So might as well just don't play it right anyway. No matter what we do, it's still going to be not what is expected. Now, to which degree? What is your take on that?
I'm like hybrid, because I try to play without pedal, kind of like harpsichord.
You're very careful with pedal,
Yeah.
like smart.
Harpsichord didn't have pedal.
Yeah.
And then when it's only absolutely necessary, especially if my hand is not big enough and I need a little help,
Mm-hmm.
connect one note
Mm-hmm.
to the next, then that's
You use it more like a legato pedal if needed. Mm-hmm.
that's when pedal comes in.
Mm-hmm.
And then also I use soft pedal to change color, because
Mm-hmm.
I feel like harpsichord doesn't allow you to change colors, but this piano does.
Yeah.
So, but how much do you do that? And that's the debate I always have. Like,
Yeah.
how straightforward do I play it?
Yeah.
How much colors do I add?
Very good.
That's
Yeah.
my debate always.
And it's my debate also. It makes it two of us on stage debating. But I think it's for everybody. If you play Scarlatti, you have to try to, we stylize it in a certain way that it sounds like a neo-Baroque approach in our touch. But then we cannot, this instrument can give you so much, and you're just like, well, I mean, we cannot just all of a sudden squeeze this into not limited sound, because harpsichord has certain stops and you can drastically change the sound. And one can argue that color has its own gentle sounds and it just naturally dynamically clear and all of that. So, but we don't have that. So we technically have most of the time compared to harpsichord muffled sound. So, but that muffled sound sings. So the way we think. So I have no answers. But mine would be probably the same thing. Careful with pedaling, and then just figure out when it feels right to have a little bit of that touch, which we can call it color, or which we can call it. I usually try to, when I use light pedal, never use full pedal for, unless it's just one kind of rolled chord in that style. And I justify this pedal by calling it, it's a church pedal, an acoustic. So it gives me that echo that they had at that time. And then I'm using it. So I found my excuse. So, and what just sounds right expressively, because we express in us, modern people, in the music that still speaks to us. So it's amazing mystery. And of course with Scarlatti, he's so interesting, he can be reinterpreted many ways. In any case, loved your performance. Very genuine, connected with the image, expression, the atmosphere, and very appropriate in articulation, very appropriate in timing, pedaling, everything is good. So, but I have to kill, how many minutes? Yeah. Let me speak slower. Now, however, what I felt, especially in the first half of the sonata, that first page and the second page were rather different. First page was extremely connected with this lamenting, and the second page was a little bit more driven.
I want the second half to be, which is in major key it starts.
Yeah. Not second half of the first half.
Oh, the second page.
Yes, the binary, yeah, in the binary form, the first part, yeah. So I felt all of a sudden it was like,
maybe because it's too many 16 notes.
and it kind of took you into, yeah.
And I need to soften these.
Right, but maybe that's probably provoked you because you had a consistent 16th flow, you're absolutely right. And what it did, it's somewhat changed the scenery within the same half of the sonata. So, and I don't know, I didn't dislike it, but it's like, it's kind of like there are almost like two separate pieces within one half of the piece. So if you start with this lament and tenderness and vulnerability, can that be continued? I like what you do here. I'm just on the spot making it angry here. But what happened, all of a sudden it just started moving. And all the little nuances that you had prior to that, all of a sudden they left.
Yeah, I can hear a difference. I played a little too straightforward once the
Right.
synths came in.
I would just skip it because if you play with such a beauty, we're already not playing it right anyway. So as I said, I would continue being wrong. And I just create my storyline and out of it without apologizing. Still considering pedaling. Like here, I would just, but it's full pedal only for. That's my story. So you don't like it?
I like it.
No, I'm talking just in general. You don't like it? Your problem. Can you try again? And just go extra, because I think if you're doing 40% of it and you will be accused, I'm going to do 100%, because then I want to get full accusation, how wrong I am. or maybe I will just convince that, this music can be contemporary with respect of certain elements, articulation and other stuff. Try that. Plead. It's a little bit, I would play it a little bit differently. I would play it maybe with less driven tempo in general. But that doesn't matter. It's my interpretation. This is your world. But I think this was more united now.
More matching the first
More
half.
matching, yeah. The first half, and somehow first half was a little bit pushed over the second. They kind of met in the middle somewhere. Must be Switzerland. So, but I would say, and then the next thing, what you're trying to express here, right now, it's not super lamenting, the way you play it. It's not super intimate. But it is lyrical, and it has nice contrasts. What are you trying to express here?
Were the 16 notes?
No, it's in general, expressively. What we're trying to say here, what do you think? What's your, or maybe you have several versions of it and you're trying to figure out which one will be the story?
Yeah, it's to me it's just almost like two-person talking about just a particular story, and it's kind of sad. These two pages, and the story got
little
brighter when going to the next section.
major.
In major key. To me, there's a conversation going on.
That's true, yeah. Like especially here, when they have the 6. I would just almost like, I mean, this opening, I mean, it's kind of lonely, empty. Not too much. It's like you start improvising. It's like you don't know what the next note will be yet. I almost like see it's a recollection of what happened. You reflecting on something in the past that was extremely heartbreaking. And that's why it's fragmented. If you think about this, one section doesn't match the other. I mean, it's the same kind of, it's the same keys, but notice how it started. And then he went with this. Once that concluded, 5 measures later, and then he found the way to the next. Which is kind of almost concluding where it started. It went back to lament. This is darker, this is pleading, but this is... That's very painful. And it's all of a sudden it just hits you. That didn't. This one just... If you block it, there's... And then continues. I'm doing a little extra. I'm too theatrical right now, but just to make my point. point in what I'm trying to make is, since they're that contrasting, I would contrast them. That they almost like it's a collage of memories that coming back to you before in the second page, which gets a little bit more continuous, where you have that. I mean, I feel that it's unsettled. When he just sometimes throws this dissonant right in your face. So, but it started. You can go faster. And then just shift your dynamic to a different plateau. And then you manipulate that. And then I wouldn't go faster, but if you like faster, you still can have that contrast. Can we try to, you play this, and then we'll just draw the line. This is new scenery, just came to your memory as you, and then that appeared again. And then somehow it transitioned to this out of breath a little bit, and then anger, and a disturbance, all this, Can you try? At first, I would say just like you are just thinking about it. You're not already taken by that memories that are coming back to you. You're just entering it. So I would not. Can you try? Now, you know that it's going to be D minor chord. And you shouldn't. Maybe it will be Cat Fugue that he wrote. No, and then from here, see, you immediately go.
Yeah, go up.
You're going like, okay, all right, so I've got my D minor, and now right now I know where I'm going. I would still be entering it. Try again. Slower. Take your time. Wait. And that's why I say, allow yourself to be wrong.
Yes.
You're not on time here, but expressively you're saying more than just rhythm. I'm so wrong in every. It's the most intimate thing that you're telling everybody. So just, I would go with this. I'm almost kind of converting you into my version, but just to try. Because the other one is almost like, it's beautiful, but I know where it's going. This way, I'm trying to keep you guessing. Try again. No, too soon. See, you don't know that next note will be F. It might be E. could have been anything. So it's like there is no time signature, there is no tempo, the way it starts.
Meandering away.
And everyone's like, what's going to happen? We heard 3 single notes yet. One more. And then all of a sudden, oh, you're crying. Wait. Pull back, pull back, pull back. Slow it down. And build it, and then I would buy that. If that was on CD, I would buy that, isn't it? Now, that was beautiful. But see, the thing is that you're so wrong that it's so good. Because at this point, who cares? Because at this point, it becomes an art form, and art form is supposed to break barriers. So, and at this point, you're saying how tender those feelings are using this sonata. He was in 1700s. You are right now.
Yes.
So, and who said no? You cannot say no to true expression. Doesn't matter how it's done. If it is convincing, it is right. And I think at this point, that version convinced majority, I'm assuming, in the hall, yeah? Yeah, because this is just connects immediately beyond the nice thing. So now, compared to this, let's dive right into the this thing. If you could just follow my version. I don't think Chopin will have it. Oh, no. And then it's a lot, but as an experiment, exaggeration is a good thing, because then you realize I have to go back a little bit. But you're going to make 5 steps forward versus just half an inch. I wouldn't play like that much. But as you're searching for expressive playing, you just go overboard and say, how can I make it scream? How can I make it angry? And then you say, well, now I got that. Now let's not be literally angry, but save some of that into hybrid stylized version that finally will be there. At first, you just roll up your sleeves and dig into it. Can you try right into... And then the trigger here is...
It's that G sharp.
Yeah, that appoggiatura that is...
Yes.
Yeah. Left hand. And then... And then... Even more. And then this is your working space. This is, yeah, 5 minutes. It's your working space. At this point, you have this canvas. And then you say, well, now I have to figure out what I'm going to do with this. And you go for the absolute contrast between those sections that are contrasting already, and then looking for very bright nuances within the same. Like here, what we did, and then, oh, sorry. So that's a lot of variations already within, but we keep in the same character. Here, we're angry, we're dissatisfied, we disagree. You're destroying it. And then again, later, let me give you my final version if I went with this. So it will. So I will groom it later. It's not going to be Neanderthal. All right, but in order to gain that much, I just really have to go full thrust beyond that. I know that but I want to feel how it's done to its extreme, and then bring it back to what we think that style. And then yes. Sorry. Again, that came back. Can you try this, the happy times? Different. And then very nice. And then different. And then next notice, this was kind of like, yeah, but see, notice all this, yeah, okay, it's repeated a couple of several times the same thing, but that's different. And that will need more time before, and then something. That's longing. And it came back. That's from the first time when it happened. And this is just an homage of it. So what I'm saying that, thank God he wrote the way he wrote. He gives us more possibilities in nowadays to adapt this music to possibly extreme emotions that I'm sure he experienced, but we have the instrument that can, and then ultimately, we can be wrong. Why not?
Thank you so much.
Of course. If we take a break, then it would have to, can you just continue, guys, if you have to move in and out, you just go, otherwise somebody will be, yeah, we need, it's fine. Are you okay not to take 5 minutes break, or you would like to take 5 minutes break? Here we go. Vincent, you're the next victim. All right, Beethoven, yeah? Beethoven.
Yes.
Do you need me? Very good, Vincent. Thank you. I will grab my score also so we can look at things at the same time. This is ticket to what? Ball game? Go home. Very good. Are you playing the whole thing?
I have played it.
You played it? Yeah, all three movements?
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's a killer sonata. Yeah. It's a gentle killer. Yeah. It's difficult. Very good. So, very specific things to point out. First of all, good choice of tempo. You did not push yourself to the limit, and it's a smart thing to do. And it doesn't have to go super fast anyway, so very good. It could go a little bit faster, but it's better to play what you can handle, yeah? And it's still within the range. I do like, in general, the way the timing works when you play. You don't rush things. Very good. Fairly nice attention to the score, the accents, quick crescendos, sforzandos. Most of them are you played. And then technically you control it, majority of it very well. I mean, warmer hands help, colder hands don't. So I understand that you have to warm up for stuff like that. So, but very good playing. The only thing what I want you to try to replay, maybe now that your hands are moved again, if you could maybe at first lead to this. That part. Can you try to play this again? Like maybe leading to it. It could be from here, could be from there. Good. It went better this time. Very good. Now, however, there is still that little uncomfortable spot. Can you play it again? Sometimes it's not the fingering deal, it's how your arm weight works into your fingers. And you have nice hands. The advantage for your hands, you place them on the piano and they give you a nice full sound. Smaller hands, like mine is average, you have to sometimes work extra, but your natural arm weight gives just nice pianistic sounds, so I'm jealous. But sometimes in squeezed areas like this, when you start to feel elephant on the plate with the hand, and that's where I want to see if it's either fingering or arm weight not quite going into those fingers. Can you do it again? Okay, so you're using one there. So it's, and then you're doing 1, 3, 1 again. You're doing 1, 3, 1, 3. Oh, so it's 1, 1. Maybe it's not this. It's how you're preparing yourself for B. Messes up those. Meaning what you're doing, and then you're doing, I think you're like doing the full turn. and I think in anticipation of that arm movement before B, you're not quite playing into those keys, which is not that difficult. And those are stronger fingers. So I think instead of thinking about turning into a pinky, maybe stay where you are, squeeze your pinky, and then mariachi, some kind of like playful kind of hand gesture, rotation, doorknob twist. Because you're doing this full turn with your arm, and I think that's what messes you up. Yes, you see, you're squeezing this way, yeah? Yes, yes. And then just think about you will be rotating from this point 3 times. Right, just let your arm rotate. And pinky. Right, so your arm rotation has to be a little bit more active toward your pinky.
Okay.
Do it again. Right, you need a little bit more acceleration toward your 5. Right, and it's acceleration, it's arm rotation. Yeah. Try again. Do it again. Do it again. Good. Now, if you could do lead to that. And stop. That's it. Do it again. Do it again. That's it. Very good. So now it's clear. Try again. That's it. Exactly right. You are holding your hand back instead of giving arm weight, and you need that rotation there. It's an uncomfortable spot. You're using good fingers. I thought you might be using 1, 2, 3, 4 or something. No, you're staying on strong fingers. So this should not be messed up. And so you just have to adjust what is coming after. And from here it was fine. Just here you just have to open 2 and 5 and then ahead of time. Very good. So that's great. Now there was another similar spot with a later. Can you play for me? And just get through that portion going forward. Yeah, from here. Keep going. Very good. So again, now it sounded better. You warmed up. So yes, this one was a little bit weak, and it's right now you're adding a little bit more energy to those top notes, and that's the way to play. So make sure that your arm does what's supposed to do, adding the weight on the key notes. So no, that's no problem anymore. Now the next one is this. So it's, yeah. It's a combination of how your fingers move, if they move enough, and then if again you transferring your arm weight toward the weaker fingers. Can you try from there again? Yeah, so that's the tricky spot. It's okay, your fingering are good, just make sure that press on them once you get to that top position. Right, and it's literally your arm weight presses right into your knuckles of the fingers that are jiggling at that point. Keep going. See, that's the advantage of smaller hand and something like this, because it's so squished. So the smaller hand, like average hand size, it doesn't feel that cramped. For you, you really have to mold around it. And you mold it. So just make sure that once you squeeze in extra, just keep playing into the keys. And then just literally have to feel your arm weight. That was clear now. Plus you warmed up. Try again. Very good. That's exactly right. So, so that's good. And I'm kind of go after certain technical spots right now. Can you go to your coda, the famous one? And can you see if you can get through the this again? Try that. See again, as soon as you go from 2, 3, 4, 5, you want to make sure that you press from your arm a little bit more, because they sometimes sound, you start building your, crescendo, and all of a sudden that space is empty. Okay. You're playing it, but it just like sound does not progress. Guess like, that's another space to check. See, you're honestly playing as written, yeah? Sometimes it's taken to the right hand, but can you play left hand only? Yeah. Now, Go ahead. So you're doing 2, 3, 1, 2, yeah? Do it again. Okay, right, so good fingering. What you probably have to do here, you're not opening it precisely. Then, at this point, once it's open, you're not going to swing to the left at this point. You already prepared for the low position. You have to worry about this. Can you go slow? So you open your pinky as soon as you cross over, slowly, and stop here right now. Wait, very good. So your next agenda is, as soon as you step on the second finger, thumb opens. Right, and then that's it. So you are not preparing for those shifts. Okay. Therefore, your hand, they're not that difficult. They're kind of almost right there. So the first thing is opening your 5 in place. Once you step on your thumb on E, in this case, you stabilize this immediately position. You don't have to lean to the left. Your now agenda is to go this way. As soon as you step on 2, your pinky doesn't move. Same. Can you try that? Slowly. And stop on the thumb every time. Stop, check. And now, right. What are you preparing? C or B? Let's figure it out. B. Yeah. You have to remember the last bass, yeah? C, E. Right. Your fingers were not moving the way they should be. It's not, for you, it shouldn't be that difficult. So I would adjust this. The first thing, open 5, don't think you have to swing, because you are swinging to the left and then immediately to the right, and it's, of course, it's difficult. You don't have to swing to the left, you're already there. Okay. And open your thumb. So that will fix it. Very good. Now, can you play this? Yeah, resolve, yeah. On the dominant. What is this joke that, you know, Bach is sleeping, his kids running around, and then they're doing this, and then they sleep, and he wakes up, and resolves. Yeah. Can you do this again? But maybe slower. Yeah. See, the clarity requires a little space. And so, and again, it's a little bit cramped in position. So, and you kind of have to stay fairly economical, but what happens, that's why they sound like, because of you don't have enough range of movement between the finger, the tip of the finger, or space between the tip of the finger and the surface of the key. You're very close to it. As a result, 5, 4, and 3 gonna blend things. It's a press and then quick release of the previous. Those two are mandatory for clarity. So it's, if you play like this, so it's, you're going to get a little bit of a gooey sound. See, I have a little bit more air under my fingers. Not, I arrange them over the right positions, but I'm just keeping them up versus on. Can you try slower like this? You could add a little bit more space, half an inch. Just, so, yes, it's, looks like floppy fingers. You don't have to overly curve them, just a normal curve that your hand has, and slightly higher arm. And it gives you this popcorn sound. Can you try again? Do it again. Very good. The next thing you have to know, then the next part is mental control. You have to know where your thumbs match. D and B, yeah? G and F. C. Can you try? No, stop on your thumbs. And then? So then you're doing 3, 4, 3. So you're doing C major scale fingering, but in the wrong place. It's okay. Good. So it's 5, yeah? 3, 4, 3, and then right. Just left hand. Try that. Yeah, your pinky should be already open. And it just, yeah. Right, so once you get to this point, do peacock tail. And it just, and just feel like your pinky just flips into it. It's that gesture. It's a little, So few things. Don't stay on the keys. And then be aware of your thumb points. And then it's, that's a separate technique, kind of, almost like not part of that scale. Can you try again? No. Again, you do, it's higher arms a little bit. That was better. So it's almost like if you think about this plain light Scarlatti passage touch for you. Otherwise it gets a little, and you're doing it actually very well. You don't feel insecure with your finger placement, playing with more lighter and wider range of movement, which is very good. So that's the technique part. By the way, the same thing here. Can you go from somewhere? And then tap. And again, toward the fifth finger. Yeah. Don't see again. See, it sounds. It's. Don't hold your fingers on the keys. That's exactly right. It gives you clear sound, and then you can figure out what works best for your hand. But that's 16th note passages, fast ones. Just remember, you need a little bit of a lift. Otherwise, you're just gonna. And then arm weight when needed, especially for those weak fingers. Very good. Now, can you play again for me the second theme in X position? So we're talking about. Same, watch your top fingers, make sure that they're moving. Good, very good. So everything is okay. One thing, the sforzando is actually you have to accent it. And again, sforzando is usually single note, not all of them. What you're doing right now, you're playing kind of soft tenuto into that chord. That has to be. So basically, accent here.
B is the sforzando?
Yeah, accent B.
Okay.
And it doesn't sound like an accent. Yet it has to be compared to the rest of the texture. It's not huge. You're in a lighter dynamic setting, but it has to be prominent. Not if you brighten all of them, we don't know which one you're sforzando in. Do it again. Crescendo in the melody. Try again. And then. No. Very good. And the last thing, don't rush half notes. You have half, quarter, quarter. You're anticipating quarter flow, and then you kind of rush into it. It's note. Same here. Here, besides clarity at the top voice, which voice are you voicing here? Okay, so then, then you have to balance your voices a little bit better. It sounds a little general. Here you just need clarity, so make sure your fingers move. Right from the first chord, you want to make sure that we know which note are you trying to voice. If you're going for that voice, then make sure it's clear. Can you try? And now, yeah. Don't rush. Exactly, that's good. That's good. Keep going. That's exactly right, yeah. You had nice range of movement for those lighter fingers, and then that was nicely voiced, and left hand wasn't on the way. Very good. Now, can you play part of the development? Make sure that you crescendo in your right hand. When you played originally, it was mostly left hand driven crescendos, not right hand. Can you try? Yeah, we're going right into 16 notes. That's exactly right. Okay, so it's very easy when we play something that is repetitive and stationary, and then the other hand is working hard, trying to deliver the melody. We often compensate more challenging spots in the crescendo by the secondary voice without even thinking about it. Now, it has to be melody-driven, which, just like you did. Very good ears, very good. Because left hand, crescendo a little bit. Probably that's as much as your left hand gonna crescendo. It's not gonna be. So it. And the next part, also very difficult because it has to be light. It's a color spot. Some editions have, actually, and I think it's Beethoven corrected it, but. Again, you need this very light touch, a little bit more room between the fingers and the surface of the key, so you get clearer sound, and then. Can you try that slowly? It's easy for me, I'm playing slow, so I would be suffering playing it in fast tempo also. So your goal is almost playing finger non-legato. Try that. It's yeah, pop, 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 every note. Yeah, and keep your fingers in position. Don't move too much. Yeah. This is one of the hardest techniques. All this light and precise thing is the hardest thing to do on the piano. Try again. And then make sure that your ears listening every note of the accompaniment. Pa, 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 ti, ta. Because if you stop listening, your hand will do whatever. It's going to start to glitch and just mash them together. You have to hear them individually. Even though this is your primary voice, but listen your left hand melodically. Crescendo, legato, pedal. That was very good. This is hard technique. You're doing it. Very good. One more time. Slightly faster if you can. And add a little bit of a toots of pedal. That was very good. Wow. You're hiding some technique from us. Now, can you do it in tempo? Very good. Then you go to full legato and harmonic. Very good. This is hard technique. You already have it in your hand. Great. Just listen every note. Crescendo. That was actually good. So you have to use more of this touch in passage work in general, almost any style you play, but especially Viennese classical and Baroque. If you play in note. You need that separation between that space. And it's actually stylistically anywhere. The only certain passages at a certain speed in certain places will require a little bit more connected legato, and still even there you have to be careful. But that's good. If you can do that, you got the green ticket for a lot of technique. This is very good. Now, even this, when you play in, because all it needed when you play it, besides cold hands, but also that pronunciation and that technique that you want to quite using it, even with cold hands. But right now you're doing it right on the spot. This is good. Now, 1 minute and we have to finish. So back to opening. Kind of the same deal with what you have after these chords with these 16th notes that come right after them. Look at my hand. Note. Try that, and then we'll say sayonara. Except you have to make crescendo. Crescendo. Right, and also crescendo in the right hand. As your fingers tap in, your arm has to start pressing. So. add more weight. Right, and it's not staccato. Good job, good job. Use this technique. Mr. Jonathan? Yeah. All right. You using the score? No. Oh, this is that kind of edition. Mr. Kelly from the old expensive binder. All right, so then you do the expensive binder, and I will be in the hall enjoying it. Second scherzo, yeah?
Yes.
it's absolutely right choice for the occasion. You don't fight this. You just like, if you remember what key you're in, you just play it. Good. This is intense piece.
Yeah.
Is it the hardest piece you ever played, or this is just like one of those that you jump into and then you?
That's probably the hardest thing.
The hardest, yeah.
So I have a lot of issues with tension, and it builds up, and then just.
And then it just your hands stop moving, yeah. Yeah. I mean, tension means control, so that's why we do it. When we have a lot of difficult parts, mobilizing ourselves gives a sense of that we're controlling it. So that's a natural reaction. How to go against it? That's yeah. Now, despite of certain things, I want to point on things that I enjoyed, and the things that I would suggest you to maybe look into. At the second time in the recapitulation, that passage went well. So first time it was you had to just get oriented. I did like your the chordal part in the sostenuto in the lyrical section. It sounded nicely done. Your sense of proportions you didn't force the sound. That was good. And I'm just talking about the sound in general. Quite a few technical spots were handled rather well, but I think if you work, I don't want to say don't work as hard, just work differently, and maybe target not the technical challenge, but the musical need. And what I mean by that, I will show you a few things. Maybe then you will adjust how you approach it physically. For example, this part when you play, and I will give you the score and I will be also looking at my problem. So when you play in this, it's a beautiful line, yeah? So you're approaching it as like roll up my sleeves and ready to fight. So your general sound is not bad here, but you just kind of scratching the surface of like, I'm seeing fast notes, I know it's played fast, I have to conquer it. And I think if you go from the other end and try not to conquer it, and potentially not try to match somebody who plays fast on the recording, because there is no tempo change here. Maybe, what if everyone is wrong and you will be the first one who is right? Yeah. That's a good title to have, yeah? Now, but I would go after the sound quality versus dexterity. And we'll just use this passage right now as an example. Look at this carefully. Chopin usually writes fast melodic material in his passages. He usually doesn't have just an empty collection of notes to build up some kind of, swoosh. Occasionally he'll have, but if you look at this, see, when I start approaching it from this angle, I'm not fighting with this anymore. I'm actually adapting to melodic nature of it versus technical. My left hand, I'm not forcing my left hand to catch those bass notes. I transition nice and comfortable. I will stretch my time until I get there, so I play this F sharp. I don't have to be like shooting a target and see if I'm gonna hit it. My arm weight is not as heavy into it. My upper arm is not tight. And then I'm going for this beautiful, colorful, and yet melodically expressive right hand. don't worry about the tempo. The touch has to be more on the tip of the finger, less press. Good, not bad, not bad. As far as the thumb fingering, I wouldn't see you doing. And then you're using 5, 5. I would use 4. Yeah, so it's, and then lean over, and then just shift. Yeah, yeah. And then here, and don't jump. That one is pretty much you can reach. So that B. Yeah. Good. That's it. Yeah. And you don't have to. You don't have to do. Just gentle. So 4. Now, and it's the technique. I call it side extension. And then just tilt into it. And you're doing it perfectly. So you must have done it before. So, can you try again just the left hand?
No pedal?
No, you can use pedal. No, that's too heavy. Gentle. Don't jump. Don't jump. Very good. That's all you have to do in your left hand. It's about 80% reduction in muscle work here. Now, as far as the right hand, let me show you. You can just stand next to me. See, right now your sound in the right hand is like. More or less uniformed. So you need a little bit more sunshine up there. You need a little bit more of the shadow at the bottom. Plus this. That's a motivic melodic group within the passage work. So you can give them a little bit more attention to this one, then continues, and then to that one. They kind of echo in each other. They kind of call on each other. Come here, come here. It's beautiful here. It's the most beautiful, nature spot you can find. Even here, it doesn't have to be. That's a very panoramic run. So it's the whole world is yours here. You're not attacking it. You're just part of it. So that the whole thing, it's not about fight here, don't think so, yeah. What I want you to do right now, slowly, hands to, no, probably right hand only. Give more warmth to this. And then. And then. Get up there, then. And then very gentle. Can you do this for me? And take time, just like I'm doing it right now. Relax your arm and just make sure that you create beautiful, beautiful melody, not a passage work. Let's do it again. See. That should be lighter. And then lighter. Warm. Light. Keep going. You can look at the music. B, yeah. So I don't want to call it just like crescendo diminuendo because this is transparent and then full of sunlight, and then gets transparent again, see-through, and then nice and warm, smiling. So it's, if you think in those terms, you will stop going with this. You will start, your touch has to match the need. Much better. Keep going. Sparkle there. Change pedal. Melt. Keep going. Warm tot. Change pedal name. Now, can you play with hands together like that? And remember what your left hand's supposed to do, kind of just loose it, nice and warm bass line. This is light. And see if, for now, if you cannot adjust fingering, don't worry about it, but just don't rub it through it. Take your time. Keep going, don't get too heavy. Just ample. You can crescendo a bit more. Just not aggressive. And then ample sound. And you don't want to do this. It's not. And enjoy that sonority that is, yeah, because it's one thing when you go and attacking the notes because you're fighting with the technique. Your sound becomes, the notes competing with each other instead of living in a nice community. 40 doesn't mean, even fortissimo doesn't mean aggression. So it can be just an extreme, full panoramic view, which is, that's what it is. He started with this just beautiful moments of melodic and color and everything, and he just said, well, that's the world. This is where you can live, instead of being heroic or something. So that's one thing. And I would approach all passage work the same way. Now, that leads us to that second theme. And I was reading, I guess, your teacher's remarks. So I agree with all of them when it says, don't play too loud, don't make it, don't. So don't. But here, what you want to do this. It's an extremely difficult spot. It's very easy just get through the left hand and then it just takes over and it's just too present. Your left hand is bass line, gentle and present. The harmonies with clarity of individual notes, it actually has more of the united sound. Not see, I'm trying not to switch to. Can you try that? It's a very difficult left hand because of the speed. In slow tempo, that's doable. No, every note. Not too heavy bass. Softer. Lighter. Very good. So now, that crescendo that you see, this is primarily for the melodic line, not for the accompaniment. It's lyrical. It's not aggressive. It's not heroic even at this point, in the sense, so that lyricism, that crescendo that builds you up to single forte only, which is not heavy, it's a melodic dynamic, not as much accompanimental. So, plus again, you have to always remember competition of the longer strings versus shorter. These guys die quicker. So acoustically, if you don't adjust your sound between this and that, that will be constantly interrupted. Even if you try to play light with the somewhat light, it has to be a nice split in the balance that you have. So this, of course, it goes slow, so it takes more time. That's as much as you want to. It's a challenging theme. So, but that's the way to go. You don't go with the technique. You don't go with this. address the sound and find the comfort how to physically get friendly with that. Can you try again, left hand? No, too much, too much. Too much sound. That's better. Shh. Keep going. Lighter, left hand. Change pedal. A flat. D flat. Very good. Keep it light. I will crescendo, you don't. Nice. Less. Very good. Right. So that's the easy part, which is difficult mechanically, but then now the melody. Can you play the melody on me? In general, it's not too bad. You have to look for these obstacles that we always have to remember, pianists. One of them, short and long combination, that after certain longer notes, the next shorter note is usually softer to the decay of the long note, regardless of crescendo diminuendo. Second are repeated notes. They can sound very flat. So we have to manipulate dynamic on repeated notes so they don't sound. So now long note. And then make your crescendo. Now you have 4 B flats. So you get there, either pull back and then come back with a crescendo, or gradually crescendo a little bit, but not. Can you try that? Yeah? Just a little bit more. No? Listen to the decay of F. No? That's not enough yet. No. Better? No? No, a little bit more. No, that's too much. No, a little bit more on G. But not on B flat. And then more. Okay, less. No, less on C flat. Less on C flat. Less. Nice. Then B flat. A little bit. Nah, you don't want to do. It's. harmony stays light. Okay. No. The eighth note is slightly lighter than the half note. A little more. No, a little bit more. Now listen to the decay of A flat. Right. Crescendo. Gradually grow, crescendo. Very good. My suggestion, stay in the key. And don't rush to the next one. Go ahead. Stay in the key to the last. No, that's too pressed. It's cushioned a little bit with the arm movement. Okay, for now. No. Listen to the decay of that. And then gradual crescendo. Less. And then less, and then less. Right. It's to that. Yeah, it's to that degree. And you think, will I ever be able to play this in tempo? Yes, you will. But that's what it takes. See? You think it's just randomly I'm playing some notes louder, some softer. Now it's determined by direction, it's determined by the stronger beats, it's determined by longer notes, and then long-short combination, and it's repeated notes. So those 4, 5, 6 rules are always present. It just, you have to analyze the melodic line and figure out where you aim into, and then all these obstacles, longer versus shorter, and then repeated notes. So see, I pulled back on that D flat so that I give myself room to, and then extra sensitive, and then I'm listening to decay of that note. So it's not a random choice of microdynamics. It falls into certain rules. Now I know we have to finish in a few minutes. Now the next thing is this part. When you play, it started rather nice, and then you're losing the control on the primary voice, secondary voice, rhythmic thing. It starts to rush. It's from 2 to 3. It's not. With the tempo flow gradually moving forward, it's very easy to switch to. Can you try this? And keep it light. Deliberately play a triplet slower. No, that should be light. See, did you see? Don't rush. Less. No, it's rushed. Right. And within the same melody, the melodic line, this is just supplemental voice. Rest. question and reply. So within each group, you have note to go to and then going away from. And in addition to that is that additional voice that is very sympathetic to the primary melodic line. But that can complicate your life, so you can just keep it quiet as long as you. And then. And it's also a difficult place. And then you have this. I know, beautiful lake or something. So I would approach technique not from the technical challenge, but as an expressive and sound quality, imagery, and then it will change your approach to it. And then you probably mechanically just going to play much more efficiently. You're fighting with this versus just, it's going to mold around it. Still, there are some places that will be difficult, but still sound first, technique second. All right. Thank you. Thank you, dear friends. You stayed all the way until the end. Long master class. All right, and I think there's a